recorded, so we have to wait a little bit, okay? Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. My name is Rodrigo Agostinho. I'm the president of IBAMA, the Brazilian Institute for the Environment and Renewable Natural Resources, and we are going to debate on the main strategies of enforcement and reduction of deforestation in the Amazon, and we call it command and control, our inspection work. I'd like to thank the panel members. We are with Melina Risso from, she's the Director of Research from Igarapé Institute. They have been doing a fantastic work concerning the study of criminality and more recently emphasizing in what is becoming the organized crime focused on the environment. So we are going to talk to Melina, and we have with us Marcelo Brito, one of the most brilliant leaders when we talk about sustainability and business. And today he is the executive secretary of the Legal Amazon Consortium. And we also have the Environment Protection Director from IBAMA, Jair Smith, and he's been leading the work of combating deforestation and environmental illegal activities. And also we have in the audience the superintendent of the Federal Police, Freire, the most important partner of IBAMA in fighting environmental crime, and also André Lima, an extraordinary secretary of prevention and fighting deforestation. So I'm very happy, André, because 2023 started, we started working with what we know, what we did in the past, that is the command and control in full activity. Since the beginning, we have a plan that was put together by the government and civil society, that is the plan for fighting deforestation in the Amazon. In 2023, we also have the plan for the Brazilian savanna, what we call Cerrado. So it's 65% of the Brazilian territory, the Amazon plus the Brazilian savanna. It's a fantastic control, but we must implement other actions, and that's why we have these plans. Will give the floor to Melina. We should present in 10 minutes so that at the end we can answer 2 to 3 questions. So, Melina, thank you for your invitation. Thank you, Agostinho. It's a great pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a presentation that I'd like to show to you. The idea is to present a scenario concerning the environmental crime ecosystem. At the Igarapé Institute, we've been studying this scenario shift and this perception on what has been happening. We are talking about the deforestation of the Amazon basin. It's not only in Brazil, although we have a great deal of the forest that has been happening in other countries with the Amazon forest, and that has been generating challenges with important losses. And we are here understanding the logic of that and thinking about the Amazon is thinking about the forest, but thinking about the people, how that has been an impact on people. And we have a dramatic operation. 75% of the people in the Amazon basin has no access to potable water. And what we've been observing is a growth of violent crime. It's not only the environmental crime, but also but new actors that are starting working in this region and this intersection. When we start thinking that conflicts and about conflicts and Amazon and violence in the Amazon, the social environmental conflicts are not new. We have CPT, the pastor of the land, that is mapping these conflicts, and many of the conflicts they come from land conflicts. This is not new. This has been happening for a while, but we understand that this violence is also added to other layers, and we call it the environmental crime that existed but has been shifting. It's more coordinated, it's more violent, and we've been observing other criminal rings operating as well. The Amazon region is a region where all criminal rings are connected with drug trafficking, and they are operating in this territory. So they are creating this distribution route from the consuming countries to the producing countries to the rest of the world. So it's within the Amazon generating new complexities, especially for those who are in the territories that Jair is going to detail to us. And most certainly, we have this discussion on geopolicy, what it means, how preservation uh, happens. So, speaking about safety is speaking about public safety, which is very important, but also thinking about human safety and safety and a legal certainty on what's been happening so that we can flourish the green businesses that are also facing several challenges, and of course the climate safety. So very quickly, so developing the study on federal police, we are showing how the crimes are intertwined. The environmental crimes, which have an impact on nature that is very meaningful, such as land grabbing and illegal timber, and for them to happen, they are within this ecosystem of environmental crime. So they are using other structures and criminalities to flourish. Since uh, fraud, corruption, money laundering, financial and economic crimes are very meaningful, but also converging with other illicit markets. So here we start observing drug trafficking, weapon trafficking, people trafficking. So when we observe this universe, it's in this structure that they find themselves in this territory, changing the challenges and the context. And this is harder for us to face. And what we observe are different actors who are also operating. So this is a map by Professor Ayala Colares from the Federal University of Pará, and he mapped the different groups connected to drug trafficking operating in the region. And when we have this diversity and amount of groups, the conflict and violence increase. So that is changing the reality of the territory with different problems, not only violence, but also the drug use in communities that didn't have access to this kind of substance. So we start having complex problems operating in this reality, and it's very challenging. The last global report on drugs by UNDC is showing us how the units are coordinated, participating in this illegal market. So we see the presence of PCC in the Yanomami indigenous land, Within this chain, which is not transparent and very fragile. It's the gold chain. We have low traceability. We interconnect that with global markets in a meaningful way. And this is even a greater challenge. And the Amazon, especially the Brazilian Amazon, is connecting producing countries. And we are observing Colombia and Peru, and part of this production within the biome, not necessarily all of it, but it's not causing deforestation, but this illegal economy is now funding other activities such as deforestation and illegal mining and also uh, money laundering. So the crimes are now connected, and this is a great challenge. So just to give you an idea, this is a map at the uh, UNODC report that is showing the attacks on uh, environmental defenders, and also we see the illegal airports. So we have different layers overlapping in this territory. We must think about the structure and the market, and then we are going to understand the flow. And in this case, the waterways and the the illegal airports, they have a meaningful uh, uh, an important, they have a key importance. So we don't have much capacity to control the land in this region. And And here we are able to see the airstrips, the legal ones and the illicit ones in the Amazon, and we have uh, this chain being shared. In illegal mining regions, we've seen air trips transporting drugs, connecting in this logistic structure, which is illegal. So we must think about this diversity. And if it's not a Brazilian problem only, because these chains are transnational, connecting different markets, not only within the Amazon basin, but connecting to global markets. We have to observe who is buying and and where it's coming, even to this territory, which is Dubai. The illegal gold is coming many times to Dubai. We've seen other criminal rings transforming the reality of this territory into something even more complex. We have the inspectors being threatened, the inspectors of the Brazilian Environment Institute, and this is a greater challenge. And we need to have dialogue and cooperation. We won't be able to solve this problem in an isolated way. We must advance. I think that in the Amazon Treaty, we've we've recognized this agenda, thinking about the need of cooperation among countries for us to face this problem. So this QR code brings the different studies we've been conducting, not only in Brazil, but in all of the Amazon basin, thinking about the reality of this problem, connecting that with other spaces which are preventing money laundering, so that we are able to connect and produce the disruptions in the size and volume that we need to face this problem. That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Melina. This is the deeper work within civil society concerning organized crime in the Amazon. That's why Melina is here, for us to understand. During our operations at IBAMA, we've been hosted with shots, with a lot of violence in many cities. And to compensate this situation, we've been working with the federal police, with the federal highway police, and the National Guard to execute our actions with safety. The next panel member is Marcelo Brito. He deeply knows the Amazon, and today he is the secretary of the Amazon Consortium. So it's a great pleasure to have you here, Marcelo. Thank you, Rodrigo. I'd like to greet the panel members. André, greetings to you. We are closer and now, and at the same time, you're in Brasilia and I'm in a different place. The first time I've seen that presentation, because Igarapé is a frequent colleague with us, and I always ask Melina and Ilona, after such a presentation, who should we convince in the serious sector of investments to go to the Amazon? A piece of data that she didn't put here is that 24% of the Amazon cities today are controlled by the organized crime, 24%. So we're talking about a very different dynamics. It's very different from the past. The first planning in the past, the plan we call PPCDAM in 2003, I found this company from Thailand in Pará. And we had the national program at the time. uh, And one day in that city, the military police came, the Brazilian Institute for the Environment, and they closed all the illegal timber and they seized thousands of uh, cubic meters. And that was wonder, wonderful because they closed that industrialization point of illegal timber in the Amazon. But the days went by, and the national force went away. The military police went away. The federal forces went away, and the city became the most violent city in the Amazon, with the greatest rates of crime in the Amazon. It took 20 years to return to the average of violence in the Amazon, which is not the best, of course. I did this introduction for you to understand that for us to look into the future, we have to observe these new dynamics. During the last years, we've been trying to stop a disaster. We are fighting against scarcity. And now we are seeing uh, dynamics not of scarcity, but dynamics of incorporation, social, environmental, and economic incorporation. We are here in this interesting event at this COP, and I'm observing different pavilions, and I've participated in different panels in different with different countries. And we have this carbon dynamics. Everyone is talking about carbon, and we can translate it into finance, 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 and finance. Rarely do we hear something talking about diversity for real. When we observe the Amazon and the figures that Melina just presented to us, our way out is not carbon. Carbon is just a transition within this process because the carbon market, if we believe that everyone is making credible promises, this is something transient, but the biodiversity is something perennial, eternal. So the incorporation of this Amazon within this new scenario is based on assumptions that are basic, but us Brazilians, most of us, have no idea about that. The first assumption, well, I challenge you to go around the 9 states of the legal Amazon to understand what is connecting the states in the legal Amazon. I've been traveling through the states and I've been asking this question. I've, I've asked and many people responded different things. People told me that what is connecting the Amazon is the Brazilian savanna, but the question was not about the biomes. And the second question is, if the states are not connected, if there's no link, what is connecting the Amazon to Brazil? And what is connecting Brazil to the Amazon? If we go to the south, and I'm from Goiás, the city of Goiânia. And if we go to the south, do you believe this Brazil is connected to the Amazon? We have a history of almost of a century of ruling, turning our backs to the Amazon. The social and economic differences are huge. So there's no connection between the states, what means that the collaboration basis is minimal in terms of pre-competition. So I don't know how we can face organized crime with this illegal deforestation and several other disgraces in the Amazon without the collaboration of all the state forces. If they are not connected and they are not connected to Brazil, so how can Brazil connect to the world with the Amazon? Uh, Isabella says that the Amazon is inserting Brazil into the world, but also removing Brazil from the world. So we have a lot of work uh, that is a, a work of citizenship. We have 2 years to build an agenda. I'm not saying that we have to execute that, but we have to put this agenda together in such a way that it's something that the world can believe in, so that we can have the COP30 in Belém in 2025. It's not going to be called Paris plus 10, but Amazon plus 10. So are we going to discuss these problems in several other COPs, or are we going to discuss this positive agenda to rebuild the Amazon? This is only going to happen, and I'd like to remind you about gambling with development, a book calling about uh, this issue, this comparison. Why are some countries which are equal in terms of natural richness, one developed that the other uh, remained poor? The only explanation is that the elite has taken this role of development in the country. I'm not talking about money, but I'm talking about intellectual elite, business elite. They owned that process to bring this transformation. So we are part of this elite. Are we willing to do so? Because if we don't do that, maybe in 20 years, we are going to feel in the beginning of the next plan what we are going to do to solve this problem, because the second one was not able to solve it. I'm not being pessimistic. I have, I'm pushing for this positive work, but we must face the reality. The Amazon is comprised by several Amazons today, and we have to take this leap with the forest Amazon, the social Amazon, the indigenous Amazon, the mining Amazon, the agricultural Amazon, the restoration Amazon, and the bioeconomy Amazon. If we are able to add all of them, we will get into this positive future. If it's either or, we are going to be at the same place. Thank you so much. Thank you, Marcelo. We are going to have a presentation on the IBAMA work that was conducted this year The Director of Environmental Protection, Jair Smith, is going to present that. He takes care of inspection, environmental emergency, and fire. So he has a lot of responsibility. Jair, you could talk about IBAMA in the first slides, and then you could speak about our strategies. I think that would be nice. Wonderful. Rodrigo, thank you so much. Good morning, Melissa, Marcelo, and everyone here. It's an honor and a satisfaction to share with you a little bit of this history of success from 2023. That was the contribution of IBAMA to reduce the Amazon deforestation, that is emitting the greatest deal of greenhouse gases in Brazil. And it's the cheaper and most efficient pathway that is leveraging this international debate on climate change. The environmental protection is one of the lines of our action plan to prevent deforestation in the Amazon, this PPC plan. The President of the Republic and also the Secretariat has this mission of promoting the reduction of deforestation in all of our biomes. And the Amazon was the first one, and we restarted with this plan. So we are within this broader context in this agenda of several different public policies. We are telling this story now. The plan started in 2004, and until 2012, when we had the lowest rate of Amazon deforestation, we reduced in 83% the deforestation rate. What we found was at IBAMA was a change in administration in a conjuncture that it was very unfavorable for the public service and the environmental context. We spent many years in this scenario of constructing public policy. So that was a very poor condition. So we needed to influence the deforestation rate in a short run, because this is the main delivery in terms of environment within this country in this context of climate change. And how to do that with this unfavorable scenario. So our strategy was summarized in three work fronts. And we also had measures that could influence the criminal activity in the Amazon, because most of the activities, they are illegal. So the first strategy to we adopted to face it was to have this remote inspection to increase the ability of embargo of these illegal deforested areas. So this is a precautionary measure. You declare that that area is not allowed to trade products because they were illegally removing that product, and we also cut other incentives for the production. And normally this work is conducted on field. We declare an embargo and this information goes to the website. So we started with this operation model, perfecting it. And now with this remote inspection, when you bring data from the space institution and remotely from this office analysis, you're able to issue the fines and the embargoes. And this information is made available on the website. The financial system and productive system must consult this website precisely to understand who is legal and who is illegal. So we increased in 5 times this ability of conducting embargoes, providing a better quality to the actors who are willing to work in a legal way, not acquiring uh, illegal problems. And we were able to have 300,000 hectares being under this embargo with public land. and other areas such as indigenous land and private areas. So our focus were the priority municipalities, a program that we are uh, re restating. And the second line of work is observing the areas under embargo in the past, illegal deforestations that happened in the past, that in recent years, more than 80% of those embargoes are not being complied to. It's not enough to make that happen, but you must enforce the, the consequence. For instance, at livestock, with livestock, our focus is seizing the cattle that is being produced in those territories. We implemented 4 points in the Amazon region where you have the core of the deforestation, and the message is if you're illegally uh, deforesting, you're going to lose your product, which is the cattle. So if we observe this market, an adult ox is over 8,000 reais, and also a fine per hectare is 5,000 reais. With all the discounts, 1,500 with this perspective or not being paid. So this capital damage has a practical effect. So in these 3 areas, we notify more than 70 producers to remove their cattle from illegal areas. And in some of them, we had the seizure and we are promoting the collection of this cattle. And one of the areas with the greatest removal is Igunatata land with a high deforestation rate. And few months ago, we had removed 2,000 uh, pieces of cattle of the Pará, uh, a body from the state of Pará. And this ox, after being slaughtered, is destined to school meals and other social programs. A third line of work that uh, is connecting this ecosystem of crimes in the Amazon, environmental crimes, but we are fighting illegal timber. So in general, you may extract timber legally with the sustainable management in private areas and concession areas. And one of the important activities for bioeconomy and new matrix of sustainable production in the Amazon, but there's a great amount of timber that is extracted from other lands, indigenous lands, preserved lands. So 30 to 40% of this managed timber is somehow illegal. Since the IBAMA is controlling this flow of who is producing, who is trading, and so on, there's an informational system for that. We put this specific team of nerds so that they could analyze the timber to identify irregular activities so that we could block the credits and prevent the trade, not to turn that timber into a legal product. So until October this year, we've blocked more than 2 million cubic meters of timber, 2,300,000. If we consider the average price in terms of timber, it's 2,000 per cubic meter. So we prevented the trade of 4 billion reais in illegal timber in the Amazon. If we convert that to deforested areas, it's 150,000 hectares that were not degraded, or 30,000 that were prevented in the shallow area. So besides promoting the protection of the forest, we are preventing this criminal ecosystems uh, of being fed that will contribute to the illegal deforestation in the Amazon. The fourth work front is concerning the presence of the Brazilian state in critical areas. We elected 10 macro regions, engaging 150 municipalities, representing more than 70% of the deforestation in the Amazon. So this state presence with the other work fronts means that the state is now fighting against deforestation in that region. So you're connected not only with the economic perspective of the crime, and also with the presence of the state, with this commitment of fighting uh, deforestation. So we had some strategic areas, the critical ones, and we work face to face when the inspector team is demanded concerning illegal timber and other crimes such as illegal mining. And the fourth workforce that is part of this ecosystem of environmental crime is the illegal mining that has been happening mostly in indigenous land. So IBAMA has put together this very specific strategy for these territories, focusing in destroying equipment used in the legal mining, preventing the flow of supplies to the legal mining. Of course, this strategy will change according to the different realities, but we've been very successful reducing the occurrence of new deforestation areas. At federal level, we had this decision by the Supreme Court so that the different bodies such as the police, the federal police and IBAMA will work together to defend these territories. IBAMA has worked in 109 indigenous lands, not only to fight illegal mining, but also to fight other types of degradation, the forest exploitation, hunting, and so on. It's a expressive figure, although we know the challenge that is protecting even more these territories. In terms of illegal mining, we were able to neutralize at least 600 types equipment pieces used in these areas. This work was conducted with the federal police. We were able to destroy more than 30 airplanes and helicopters that are used, especially in the Yanomami land, more than uh, 300 mining camps. We seized 36 tons of cassiterite and other material assets. We removed the equipment according to the law because that makes it impossible for the criminal to do their activities, even if the law enforcement is no longer in that region. So we estimate that we destroyed 1 billion reais in terms of damage to the crime in the Amazon. Some challenges remain. Our work to fight deforestation is ongoing. Our expectation for the next year is to increase even more uh, this this inspection in the Amazon with this successful strategy, but also incorporating other strategies, observing other links in the productive chain that have been funding the production in illegal areas. So most certainly we are going to have more impact operations jointly with other bodies, and we hope that it will contribute to deforestation, not only in the Amazon, but also expanding efforts to other biomes. For instance, the Brazilian savanna. We must have this important work, especially now with this new phase of work in the Brazilian savanna. And we've been trying to give the proper response to society. Thank you. Thank you, Jair. We had a diagnosis of crime with Melina. We had a very clear vision of what's happening in the Amazon and the future perspective with Marcelo Brito, and a part of the work of enforcement that was conducted by IBAMA and many other partners. We still have time, so we would like to open for questions. Please identify yourself. We have a mic here. And please be brief so that we can take more than one question. Good afternoon. I'm Beatriz. I am from the Social Environmental Fund that is supporting Brazil with projects to prevent the destruction of biomes with this positive agenda. But we've been working with the prevention and combat of forest fires. It's a pleasure to be here with people I admire. And my question concerns what Marcelo brought in terms of bringing all the Amazons together. If you have an idea or strategy on how to do that, thank you. And I'd like to congratulate the Igarapé research study. It's wonderful. Thank you. Let's listen to other questions as well. We have two more here, and then Freire. The question is for Marcelo and Melina. Marcelo mentioned that he came from the business world and Melina came from civil society organizations. So how do you see business and social environmental civil society organizations helping in this deforestation? Because the strategy is to reduce the the supply. But for us to reduce the demand for these illegal projects, how should we work with that? Let's take two other questions and we are going to have a round of answers. I'm Julio Rocha from the Federal University of Bahia. I wanted to ask, how do you understand the place of scholars to produce knowledge on public policies? I'm from the environmental area, but the Ministry of Human Rights are asking for us. So when are we going to implement that with public policies? And the last one with André, I'd like uh, to to thank you for this brilliant work developed. We are also protagonists in this story, a witness of this effort that Ibama has been conducting to change this game with adverse conditions, very hard conditions. And this work is so important, not only because of this direct effect, the effect, the indirect effect, because when the enforcement and the federal work starts happening, we still have this embarrassment, this pressure, so that the states are also operating, so that the states can go back to work because they stopped working like the previous federal administration. And now, not as villains, but now with this change in posture, bringing the political power to the place, because the city councilors, the mayors, they are defending that, and we must also offer this friendly hand. And the 600 million reais of the Amazon Fund for the municipalities is to promote the environmental regulation, technical assistance to the production, to bring a part of this spaces to legitimate this work so that we can have this positive agenda. And the beginning of that is this practical and concrete action on the ground. Jair explained, but he only explained a third of the entire effort. So I wanted to publicly acknowledge this huge effort made by IBAMA, congratulating all the public servants who are dedicated to this great action.
Thank you, André. All this on behalf of the Minister for the Environment, Marina Silva, that I'm representing here. Okay, thank you. So let's have a round, starting from Marina. Well, I showed you a dramatic scenario, but I did it because without a good diagnosis, we cannot work on the right solution. So we need to effectively understand what's happening to work on this structure. But as you said very well, Freire, we need to work from a different perspective. Command and control is essential. That's where we're going to work. But in order to have sustainable change, we need to work and compete at the other end. And that's where civil society and the private sector have a part to play. Because if we don't work with the economic opportunities, real opportunities of people in that area, we won't be fighting illegal activities effectively. It sometimes happens that there are no alternatives. When there are no alternatives, the only alternative available is the one chosen. And we need to do that by connecting the many Amazons, because we talk a lot about deforestation as if the Amazon were only made up of forests, and that's not the reality. In the Amazon basin, we're talking about at least 40 million people who live in that area, and we need to include that in our perspective. I think we have a very concrete opportunity right now. So Brazil has a lot of things happening. There are lots of things happening in Brazil. We're going to host a COP, and IBAMA is already doing command and control, and Brazil during this COP is presenting an ecological transition plan that connects different points, and even the presentation of the plan for the uh, Forest Forever is always an alternative that presents it that we have to consider. And from the point of view of the private sector and civil society, what we have been trying to do in dialogues, not only internally but also internationally, is how to ensure traceability, the traceability of the production chains. How can we effectively make sure that products are compliant with legislations, and understanding that sometimes there is a need to make changes in transparency of information, and we also have to bring the dimension of territory risk or risks and of that area. So we've been bringing together data from these different sources, but making sure that funds actually arrive at the region and working at the opportunity cost. We need to use other mechanisms. We always emphasize that command and control is important, but we'll only be able to change this reality if we change the business ecosystem. We have new things happening here. Brazil is presenting new possibilities to the world in the working with biosocial economy as a viable possibility. And I think there's a lot for us to do working from this other perspective. Well, I'll try to answer the three questions in one single answer. There's a study by Professor Ajan from the University of Boston from 2004 or 5, where he measures development of people based on the maturity of the relationship between civil society, private sector, and governments. It, it doesn't mean that they get on well, but the more mature the relationship is, the more developed the country is. And the opposite is also true. So based on this principle, we're missing in this panel important players, the justice system in the field should be represented, a minister, a judge. And one of the associations I led in the past, we had over 60 situations of illegal invasion that we reported, and the police did their part, and surveillance did their part. But they were arrested, then released, and went back to illegal activities. So there's something missing that. So when you ask, how can we bring everyone together? We need to improve the organization and public management. We didn't arrive at this chaotic situation because we made a lot of mistakes, because of our misses, but because there weren't hits. We have a basic compliance and governance problem in public management. But for that, we need to do a number of things that will not happen between this COP and the COP in 2025. So, as our colleague said, how can we expect to develop a region that gets 2% of the science and technology investment of the Brazilian budget? That's what the Amazon gets. So we have almost 60% of the national territory, but we get 2% of the budget for science and technology. And answering the last question, well, it varies from one society to the next, but we live in a world where where demonstrating something is very important. So if you fight something very well, if you fight illegal activity somewhere and you do it well, then someone who watches it won't do it again. If you have an investment with a great result, you see someone observing and trying to do the same thing. If you have good results with a low carbon initiative, other people will see it and want to imitate that. So it's in the makeup of society and in having these demos that we're going to get there. Answering the colleague from the Federal University of Bahia, what's your name again? Julio. Julio, you might remember or know that IBAMA is already working with universities. In February, we had um, research initiative, and we changed the paradigm for dealing with forest fires. And we launched a call for tenders to support this research, to help IBAMA organize its processes. So as well as having other similar initiatives geared towards forest fires, we'll also launch other for surveillance and also environmental emergencies. A research notice that we launched, and we always look at we either change the behavior in society by punishment, giving a negative stimulus, or a positive stimulus, which is something that was just mentioned by the example. And when you think about the production chain, this is an important activity to a country's bioeconomy. It's one of the sustainable forms of energy in the Amazon. And today, the Brazilian government that should inspire confidence and trust in a product that is bought, it cannot do that because the level of illegality is so high that the market becomes limited. You can't increase the production of timber, especially in the international market, because there's this insecurity about the origins of the timber. So our role is to improve the control of the production chain, fighting irregularity, to increase this market, to make sure the market has more demand for legal, sustainably sourced timber. And this is where the government plays an important role, and I think institutions and other actors have a lot to contribute. Well, we're closing now, and I would like to thank you all for your presence here, everyone in the audience. And to us, it's very important to keep the ability to have dialogues. In recent years, having dialogues with different sectors became a bit difficult. And at the same time, our governance in the environmental area um, was also dismantled, literally. We are in a restructuring process, a process where we're valuing the work of people who are in the command and control routine, in the surveillance and intelligence routine, investigation routine, because we need to show results to society. The reduction of um, now the reduction of deforestation translates into the greatest reduction in the emission of greenhouse gases, which is what the Brazil's position. So we know what needs to be done. So it's essential that we keep up the dialogue with universities and civil society who are doing research and diagnosis. You cannot have public policies that are not based in evidence. And at the same time, we need to speak to the to corporations and the government and its agencies and build robust policies. And that's what we've been doing with our plans, uh, with our two plans that are on the way. And we hope to, in a near future, have plans for all Brazilian biomes. So this has been an important initiative, and it's a great pleasure to be here today telling you a bit of this story. So thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your event.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this debate. I believe everything has been working hard, has been taking place in a number of presentations, so I will be direct. We have the challenge to debate circular economy and decarbonization, focus mainly in the Brazilian industry. We are in a unique moment of our society in which mainly representatives of the civil society, along with the government, have been participating and good discussions have taken place. We need to seek a consensus, a climate consensus, a reflection consensus, especially with regards to our attitudes. My name is Clauber, and I'm part of the E Plus Energy Transition Institute, and we have been working with energy transition and decarbonization focused on the Brazilian industry on behalf of the industry, but I also have some experience working from the consumer side. So I work with this interface. Initially, we were going to have Rosana Santos moderating this panel, but she was required at a different meeting, and I'm replacing her. I'd like to welcome everyone. Adalberto, Vitor, Aline, Johnny, thank you all for being here. And Johnny, we start, or I'll start, and Louise, of course, sorry, didn't mention her. So we'll start with Louisa. The challenge is to bring the circular economy to our routine, to our day-to-day. I believe this is a very well debated concept. It is something that has been discussed to exhaustion. So how can circular economy help at this moment that we need to decarbonize? Good morning to those in Brazil watching, and good afternoon to everyone in Dubai. Thanks for having me here. It is a pleasure to be here on behalf of Helen MacArthur Foundation. And thanks for your question. The concept of circular economy was created by Ellen MacArthur Foundation. We wanted to accelerate this process, and we started conceptualizing this theme and working with players in the system to put it into practice. We didn't want to just treat the symptoms of a linear economy, and a linear economy generates value through the transformation and waste of products. And this is the logic that is the root cause for problems such as climate change, which is central at the moment, but also the loss of biodiversity and pollution. So our idea with circular economy is not to mitigate the problem, is not treat pollution as if it didn't have a larger root cause. The circular economy is a way of changing mindsets and generate economic value, income, and employment in a different manner. So this was always our motivation, not to treat the symptom, but the cause. And this is where the concept of circular economy comes from. So different from extracting, transforming, and wasting, which is the model of a linear economy, the circular economy is based on three principles: eliminating pollution and waste, circulating materials and products, and third, regenerating nature. These are not a list of tasks. This is a philosophical mentality that looks at generating value through new lenses. Now, talking about decarbonizing, since we're here to treat the root cause and not the symptom, in 2019, we started discussing at COP25 in Madrid. We brought a report that contributed to the discussions focused on climate change. These used to be discussions that were dominated by energy transition, and at that point, we brought the ponderation that to be successful in the energy transition will be halfway there in terms of emissions. And to keep the world within 1.5 degrees and what was agreed in the Paris Agreement. 45% comes from emissions that are derived from how we produce, we use, and we waste goods and foods. And if we don't look at this other half of the problem, forget about the Paris Agreement, forget about 1.5 degree. So when we brought the idea of a circular economy to look after this other half of the problem, it was clear that we needed to look at other strategies, such as how to produce, how to circulate, how to regenerate nature when we produce. So these are the most efficient and the only true way of looking after this second half of the problem. And the challenge for industry is in redefining how to produce, how to redesign products, services, and systems. I think there are two ways of looking at this from the industry perspective. We need to look at this design of products, systems, and services, apply a process to think about products, services, and systems based on eliminating waste and regenerating nature. And we also have to take into consideration the business model. And then you can create a business model that is more resilient, that will retain the value of these materials in the economy. And you open a large frontier there with better jobs and better income. So we're talking about a system outlook. So we're not just dealing with the linear economy we've got and deal, for example, with waste or pollution. This is limited and will not lead us to resolve half of the emissions that are out there. So when we came up with this vision and this rationale, we used some examples to give everyone an idea of the potential of circular economy. And we analyzed sectors such as aluminium, cement, plastic, steel, and foods. And up to 2050, if we apply principles of circular economy in the design and business model of these sectors, we would reduce emissions by about 9.3 million tons, which is corresponding to removing the entire transport sector of the world. So looking at the final problem, which is, for example, how waste is generated, won't resolve it. We need to look at the beginning of the problem and consider all the improvement opportunities, including for waste management and recycling, because towards the end, you won't have waste, you won't have losses. These will be materials and products that will be able to be recirculated in the economy. And we will listen about the role of garbage collectors, which are advocates for the circular economy, and they can deal with the matter really well. A circular economy will be even more relevant and productive in systems that work with reuse, recycling. So it is a systemic outlook, and we can only overcome obstacles if we start from a new design. And the challenge of the industry and circular economy is not just a challenge for the manufacturing industry, but the entire industry, and including the potential that agribusiness and the forest sector have in applying the principles of circular economy in the way that they think about their business models and a more intelligent use of the abundant nature that we have. So how can production can regenerate, can produce, or can store carbon instead of emitting more carbon? So I just wanted to bring this perspective. I think we need to look at the design, the beginning of the process, and include this vision in the entire economy so that we can think about an industry future that ever more decarbonized and an agribusiness and forest sector that capture carbon. Thank you, Luisa, for this holistic vision that you were talking about based on principles. We know that the production of waste is a symptom, and we shouldn't attack the symptom. We need to know the symptoms, but we shouldn't attack them. I believe that Giovanni can talk about these figures and bring a bit more fire to this debate. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Giovanni Manetti, and I'm the president of Pragma Institute, CEO of Pragma Sustainable Solutions, one of the largest companies in terms of sustainable solutions. Fabio is a partner, and we are leading this subject in Brazil. I have to talk for only 8 minutes and then argue with the noise in the room. Sorry. So I will quickly point out some themes. Yesterday, we launched the Recycling Yearly Book, and we highlighted the role of garbage collectors. We have a data bank with 2,941 garbage collection organization in all over Brazil, where you have more than 45 million of the Brazilian population. These associations gather more than 86,000 garbage collections, which are in their majority Black women. And these organizations recovered more than 1,700,000 tons of recycling materials, generating positive impacts that go from the non-extraction of raw materials and mitigation of tons of greenhouse gas emissions that could be aggravating the increase in world temperature. When we talk about these organizations, well, sometimes we talk about large companies and economies, but these little associations injected more than 1,600,000,000 reais into the Brazilian economy. So we are talking about an important economic dimension. So when we talk about circular economy and when we talk about a fair transition, we need to understand that apart from figures, we have people. That's why I believe in an idea of transition and not rupture. So anything that comes as a banishment, I believe that this is not coherent with the reality of the country we've got. As I said, as Dr. Fabrício Soler said yesterday during the launch, he wanted to banish the hunger and our inability to fulfill the needs of those who are hungry in Brazil, which are thousands. President Lula's speech was very assertive in some points, and one of these points was that over 28 COPs, what we have noticed is that there is a lot of diagnosis, a lot of commitments, but not a whole lot gets into practice. And I'm not just talking about that. We won't do an energy transition. Circular economy is not something that was born today. We've been talking about this since the 70s in the corridors of English universities, but now it's gained an important dimension, and we need to consider this. But it hasn't started today. And I worry a lot because when we're not committed to transforming the culture and consumption standards and accumulation of economic results, any new flag becomes fashionable. The new fashion comes and then we replace it. I am young for a very long time. I've seen a lot of flags coming up and then being replaced. I'm not against, but it cannot be just a fashionable subject. Another point I would like to bring, and this is a dialogue with the government commitment, we need to be humble and look at what's going on in the world and learn with that. But we need to have the boldness to understand that in Brazil we are building concrete solutions. A lot that has been happening in this COP surprises me. Those who brought us to the climate crisis situation and put us in a vulnerability situation were developed countries that produced, extracted, polluted, and several solutions come up from here and they try to sell it to us. They destroy our livelihoods and then build a new solution to sell us. So, of course, large companies and organizations have a role, but we cannot lose our sovereignty. We have a lot of intelligence in our country. We have capable people. We have a government committed to transformation. We have a national solid waste legislation that is one of the most advanced in the world. We are conducting a policy that is organizing the participation of the private sector, civil society. So us in Brazil, of course, we need to listen. We need to look abroad and learn with the positive experiences worldwide. But we need to be bold and we shouldn't lose our sovereignty. We are doing things that are very good, that are reference. Apart from resolving our problem, we cannot forget the historical debts that we have with the African continent. So it has to work there. We need to take prosperity to this continent that has a reality that is very similar to Brazil's. We are trying to build solutions. I'm really happy to be here, and we'll be very happy to have COP30 in Belém. I don't know if we're going to have the same same style of event, but I'm sure we'll be an example to the world. Thank you, Johnny. Another aspect that we can follow is not just solid waste, because we know there is another side that is important and contributes to the greenhouse gas emissions, which are organic waste, which is organic waste. So, Victor, can you talk about that? Thank you, Clauber. I don't know if I'll be able to keep the same energy that Gianni brought, but thank you all for inviting me to be a part of this panel. I won't thank everyone so that we can save a bit of time. As Clauber mentioned, we wanted to talk about the role of organic waste and the role of the fair transition in the scope of solid waste, which is one of the pieces of circular economy. We should highlight that a fair transition in the solid waste landscape has a huge potential to generate jobs, as proved by garbage collector organizations. If we look at the priorities in our solid waste management legislation, which is quite advanced, if we follow this hierarchy, incredibly, we would generate more jobs. So the more we apply the hierarchy of the policy, more jobs will be generated, and often with economic flows that are already there, with investments and costs that we can leave. One example is recycling, and
emprego do que o aterro sanitário. Se a gente tivesse investimento na devida separação, devida
if we invested in selecting and producing and composting, of course, that could generate 3 to 10 times more jobs than landfills or burning, which are linear solutions. So the potential to generate employment is a lot more interesting. As I said in the previous, or as it was said in the previous panel, the environmental problem is a social problem, so you need to resolve both. And when we think about organic waste, they are the second largest source of methane generation in our country. I believe that it's the second largest source. It loses only to livestock farming. And methane is responsible for approximately 50% of global warming, because methane has a potential to warm the globe, which is 80 times higher than CO2 in a horizon of 20 years. In a 100 years, the potential is 120%. So we need to reduce methane because we will be able to contain temperature there a lot quicker. And we have a lot of solutions in Brazil to do this. What we need is investments to scale it up, and Alberto will talk about this. There have been bid notices that are being studied this year, and we need to investments to scale things up because we have a lot of experience in Brazil. There's no point bringing something that worked in Sweden to work in Brazil. We have solutions in Brazil that we are capable of scaling up. There is a lot of prejudice thinking that garbage collectors only work with solid waste. No, they also work with organic waste. We've mapped, and there are more than 15 organizations of garbage collectors that work with composting using several methods, including automated and mechanized methods. This is Recicla in Santa Cecília do Sul, and they process more than 150 tons of organic waste a month, and they cover 25 municipalities, or more than that, a month. They deal with 80% of the organic wastes in the municipalities they cover, and this is a cooperative. With the construction of the composting unit, which was financed by BNDES, received a type of funding that doesn't have a deadline. Investments in the Global South shouldn't bring a solution to make it worse for us. We don't want a loan to increase our external debts. this is what's being discussed in the plenary of negotiation. Mitigation and adaptation solutions, if they require funds that require reimbursement to the World Bank, no, this has to be money without a forecast of payback, otherwise it won't work. In Brazil, we had a composting bid notice, and if everybody participated, because it wasn't a traditional loan. If you do that as a traditional loan, it won't work. The structure we have is almost entirely without a deadline to pay because interest rates are abusive. And just to close, I would like to say that the climate crisis is a reality. Yesterday, or on the 6th, we launched a study by Polis Institute, and we've interviewed more than 2,000 people, like an electoral poll, and 7 on every 10 Brazilians have experienced at least one extreme weather event. 98% of the Brazilians said that they are concerned that these events will happen again. And this was carried out in 2023. So I was without electricity for 30 hours in São Paulo. This is not happening here, right? This data could be considered. And when we are asked about who is causing the climate crisis, 73% of people associated to oil. So there is a political cost due to inaction in climate policy, when this was always seen as something that didn't influence it very much, but it does. Thank you. Thank you, Victor. We have seen that people are suffering, and we have been talking a lot about energy transition, but energy is not an end in itself. It is for people and it comes from people. So it's interesting to see how much Brazil can contribute to this international debate. And we have lessons to offer the world. And I think Aline is able to talk a little bit about this. Aline, you have the floor. Good afternoon. Before beginning, I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Aline Souza, and I am a garbage collector. It's an honor to be in my first COP, able to contribute to such an important theme, circular economy and decarbonization, considering the protagonism of garbage collectors and their work in favor of these two things that are now quite fashionable. I'd like to greet everybody, Secretary Adalberto, Vitor from Polis Institute, Johnny from Pragma, Glaube. And I'd like to say hello to all of you who are here live watching us and those who are watching us virtually. And of course, Luisa. I have a little video to show you. It's a 30-second long video that shows the cooperative central that I am the chair of.
Isso é a rede Sentcop DR.
This is the Sentcop network. This is just a part of Sentcop. This is a cooperative that is 17 years old and it is in the capital of our country, which was the place where we had a dump that generated income to more than 4,000 garbage collectors, and now the majority of that public is working in this structure, which is the integrated recycling complex, which was opened by Governor Ibanez, but it's a 10-year-old project that was projected after the dump was closed, and it gathers 11 cooperatives, 400 garbage collectors, and the seat of our central. This unit is responsible for dealing with 40% of the selective collection that comes from the Distrito Federal. We deal with more than 1,500 tons of solid waste a month. Majority of this waste we cannot recover due to an inversion of the solid waste management policy, especially the district plan, which is the correct way of handling this waste, which comes from environmental education. We have thousands of garbage collectors in Brazil, thousands of cooperatives. They have the same results as Centcop presents, and this work contributes with the circular economy and to the process of decarbonization. Recycling is the main tool to rupture with linear economy. So we need to understand that recycling is not cheap. Labor is not cheap, and obviously it's all in this first phase, which is recycling. That doesn't receive a lot of investments. It's quite precarious, actually. So when we talk about these new activities, we need to mention an investment in the chain as a whole.
So from the beginning, which is us, the beginning, the first chain only gets 10% of all the income moved. We are responsible for 90% of the income generated, but we only get 10% of it. So it's already a clear injustice. And regarding decarbonization, we collectors, we are carbon capturers. So once we reinsert the material in the chain that moves on in the production cycle, this is carbon capture, because this material would be sent to dumps and landfills, and it's generating gas instead, methane included. So it is only fair that we should be a priority in investments. The same applies for reverse logistics. We are responsible for recovering packages, and it is great to see that the person responsible for the Ministry of Industry and Trade is our ex-governor, Rodrigo Rolenberg, who's very attentive to this topic and has been talking to the sector, and I hope we can move from the theory, from the diagnosis and studies to real execution, because we need to execute. Sometimes people think I'm a bit radical when I say I'm the third generation of collectors, but we're discussing the same issues my grandmother discussed. So we participate in national, international events, and it's always the same discussion, and things don't change and don't move forward. And why is it so? Because the way the process is seen is wrong. That's why the problems are not solved. And we need to understand the complexity of the different phases of this chain. And the collecting phase, which is the one I participate in, it's not just about pretending or not really working. No, we have 2,700 dump sites that still have to be down, and we have families living there. And this problem needs to be solved, and it involves everyone. And for that, the COP30 to be held in Belém needs to be a landmark in changing our country, in changing basic sanitation, because waste is a branch of sanitation. It belongs to sanitation. As our dear friend Soler, Dr. Soler says, this is a big problem because we have Brazilians who do not have access to drinking water, and we know how much our activity contributes to access to water. We know that those recyclable materials collected mostly by Black women, they contribute to ensure access to water, not just to people, but to the ecosystem. For for each ton of collected material, you have a next number of trees that are kept standing. So now we are with an action and a way to show the role we have to play. We have, for example, a project of recovery of degraded areas by planting seedlings of trees, and this will lead to the production of water. And we also have a project of engaging the population in environmental education activities to decrease the amount of waste that arrive to collectors co-ops, because it's difficult to change culture. So we are engaging many sectors to overcome these difficulties. And we also have projects that will lead to a change. The dry fraction, that is plastic. We do face problems, Johnny, with plastic. You can't pretend it doesn't happen. The 60% of what we are not able to recover, 30% of this percentage is unrecoverable, unrecyclable plastics. And this is a problem because I don't want to send it to either incineration or dump sites or landfills. I can't pretend I'm not facing this problem, and I am facing this problem, and that's why we went to Colombia to visit the plastic timber plant to find a destination for these non-recyclable plastics. But we also need to talk about circular materials when we talk about these materials that are used in packaging by Brazilian companies who should be held accountable for that, because this will lead to damages not only to collectors but also to the environment. So we want to have the mindset of we people are you going to keep this mindset of creating more and more landfills? Wherever I go, people are talking about closing down landfills and dump sites. Because if people do their garbage sorting well, then the amount that is sent to landfills is minimal. But if you don't educate people and products manufacturer so that they can use proper packaging, everything is going to get mixed and we're going to lose everything. And more than that, we're going to lose people, we're going to lose generations, and we're going to be a sick society because of human behavior that erroneously is resistant to correction over time. So in closing, regarding climate emergency, this COP needs to yield to more than some panels and meetings. I don't understand Spanish or English, but I see that Brazil is very well represented here by the Ministry of the Environment, and we need to get something practical out of this event to our country. We're going to be the host of a COP in 2 years' time, and we can't do that when in a city where we still face those problems of waste management, and we have to strengthen the cooperatives or recyclable material collectors in Belém. Thank you. Thank you, Aline. It's very important to think how we can move from theory to practice And I think you, Minister, found scorched earth when you took over at the Ministry of the Environment, and we know how precarious the work of collectors is, and the amount of environmental benefits your work brings. And now I'd like to ask the Secretary about what is being done. So could you please tell us a bit of work so that everyone becomes familiar with it? Thank you for the invitation. I'd like to thank you on behalf of the ministry. Greet my friend Aline, a reference to all of us, an inspiration to hundreds of thousands of women in Brazil. And I'd also like to greet everyone here, the panelists and members of the audience. And first, I'd like to congratulate you on bringing this discussion about circular economy from a broader perspective. Because in Brazil, we have, for a while, Johnny has been involved with that for 20 years, and we all know how committed President Lula is to this agenda. In the first months of his administration, a lot was done to make sure that collectors will more and more play a central role in public policies. And now, after coordinating many efforts from different government areas, we're going to have on the 22nd of December the launch of a new action package for improved and broadened collecting actions in Brazil. And the idea is to address some of these historic challenges. We know that it's impossible for co-ops to make ends meet, and so we have to make sure that some minimum income for those who are the main players in solid waste management is ensured. Most of them are independent workers. They are marginalized outside the social benefits, the social system. And the ministry has been making great strides with an initiative to ensure that if I'm having someone come here and bury my waste, and Brazilian municipalities pay almost 50 billion reals for that, why not pay a cooperative who will come and send it for recycling, making this a circular economy? We know we still have to improve the co-op's infrastructure and to value the quality of the material that arrives at the co-op. So that's why we created a working group to discuss reverse logistics, especially regulating big generators, because they are the ones who are able to create better quality materials to make sure co-ops will gain scale, because the scale that co-ops would have with the help of independent collectors and a second level co-op like the one shown by Aline Sindicorp. Without that, it will be very hard for co-ops to add value to the chain. As you said, there's 1.6 billion reals being generated, but very little remains for members of the co-op. And that's why we're very anxious to see the processing machines for glass and plastics, which will add value to the chain and thus allow for better price negotiation. And there's a whole aspect of technical assistance and social issues that need to be addressed, which is something the federal government is doing with the Committee for Social Inclusion of Recyclable Material Collectors. Now we have also the granting of structuring credits, as we call them. So I think there is an important effort with actions that can be actually executed. We just are about to regulate the co-ops And we are doing the same, opening public consultation to ensure transparency in numbers and truthfulness of information and fight fraud. And now we're moving to a new phase of the public consultation about plastic packaging, which determines a minimum amount of recyclable material, because you know that even though plastic accounts for only 20% of the material collected, it represents 60% of the income, and you're going to do that for other materials as well. But only working on recycling will not help us get where we want to get. So that's why we established partnerships like the one with the Polis Institute and offered a composting course. Composting is recycling organic matter, recycling food waste. And we made it mandatory to hire a co-op and connected that to urban architecture. We hope that with that, we're going to bring extra income to co-ops, which will help us face the huge challenge posed by Brazilians that are in a situation of hunger today. But we also need to focus on what happens before consumption. And that's why it's important to have the representative of the Marcati Foundation. So Brazil has recently signed the articulation for circular economy. And we know that if you only work on adaptation, on preparing our cities for resilience, or even some mitigation actions, will not lead us where we want to go. It's like pouring water into a sieve. So we have to transform our economy. So within the scope of the ecological transformation plan, one of the main areas is circular economy, which will allow us to move forward. And in the area that is before consumption, with the financial market, with companies, to think about non-generation, reduction, reuse. The decree for plastics will be the first one that sets progressive targets of products that can be recycled to include the co-ops in the reverse logistics chains. We have 13 of these chains that force the industry to pay an amount, but co-ops don't get a cent from this system. So if we want to move forward and think about circular economy, the Ministry of the Industry, along with the Ministry of Finance, created a first draft of what those strategies would be. We got help from PNUMA, and we will have 5 big workshops with different sectors. And the objective is to have a text ready for public consultation with society. And of course, we have to include post-consumption recycling, but also eco-design, agriculture, sanitation, which is circularity at its essence. We're talking about 5 million Brazilians that have no access to basic sanitation. We have Secretary Aline Cardoso for Economic Development in the state of São Paulo. We saw in the example of São Paulo and how important those projects were, projects of urban architecture, how important they were to reduce poverty. And these projects as a way of also preserving water bodies and water resources with filtrating gardens and other solutions. It allows us to reduce the impact. So Brazil has moving this agenda forward. And this was the only request made by President Lula to Minister Marina when he invited her to be the Minister of the Environment. He asked her to put recycling and recyclable material collectors at the center of her concerns. And she told me when she hired me, we need to transform the urban environments of our cities because waste management is really close to people's lives. It impacts economic development, quality of life, health. So now our objective is creating governance models so that civil society and workers from this industry can bring to their activities this discussion, and we should discuss about production before consumption, and also improving, uh, closing down um, dump sites, considering the human aspects. But we need to have more, to be more and more aware of the fact that this can only work if cities are with us. So I'd like to say in closing, to say that it's a joy to be here with you, representatives of civil society, and say that the government is open to debate and to go about this great transformation we need in our economy. Thank you, Aldaberto. We're going to have another round, and I'd like to ask Luisa. Luisa, in the terms of circular economy, how do you see, especially the inclusion of an important access for people? How are they included in this discussion of circular economy, especially as a principle of economy for economy's sake doesn't mean anything? So people are an important part of that. And how do you see these other policies mentioned by the Secretary of Production, non-generation? Because once this is offered by the market, we have to deal with it. But how can we prevent this situation from happening in the context of circular economy? Thank you, Glauber. Can you hear me?
Glauber, obrigada pela pergunta. Eu acho que eu queria pegar gancho.
I think I'd like to comment on something Aline said. She mentioned how slow it is to make things happen in her area. And I think this results in not looking at the source of the problem. And Aline, whenever I hear you, I'm a big fan of yours. We've been together in Brasilia on many occasions, and I cannot help but think the amount of intelligence you have in your cooperatives that can inform the industry about recyclability indexes, the financing needs of this chain. I think about examples in Latin America, like Chile's example, where producers are held more accountable, and that allows the collection to be much better paid. And looking at these at the industry, because there was a question of how much are we contributing to looking at how these products make it to the market, is looking at what type of information we need. Do we have recyclability information of improving materials? We could ask recyclable material collectors to teach the industry. And at the same time, look at other business models. I mentioned reuse as a possibility,
Enorme de inovação, geração de renda e emprego.
which could also be a great possibility to generate income, generate jobs. So economy is made by people. So thinking about new business models and the intelligence we have to bring to the system, a system that is already in place. And this is part of how society will manage itself. And thinking about policies, Secretary mentioned the National Strategy for Circular Economy, and it is very good to see that this is a government policy after 4 years when nothing was done in that respect, even though all the rest of Latin America was moving forward in that direction. Colombia, Chile, Costa Rica, Peru, Uruguay developing strategies, implementing systemic change to their economy. So in my view, it is a strategic systemic change with this degree of collaboration and participation that Secretary Alberto mentioned, is this is extremely relevant. So we moved from a government where civil society could not be involved, was not allowed in, to something that is completely different, where public policies are created for people. And this means that civil society is involved from the perspective of workers. And what Aline said is so consistent and shows how well she knows the whole chain. And it's also in the pressure that civil society can put in making sure the country embraces an economy of the future, and also the way people can look at these new opportunities. So it's about how we can create opportunities from the way we think of uh, business models and public policies to make sure they will include the most vulnerable people. So collectors or people who are living, performing maintenance services, sharing services. It's an abundance of work that should be included in circular economy, as well as traditional knowledge in the forest, or a much more regenerative way to manage the land by farmers, and ways to keep the forest standing. So there's no division of material and people. I think that's the way to go about it. Thank you very much. Johnny, you have 3 minutes, 3 minutes each. So maybe we'll have time to open for questions if we do that. I just briefly like to mention 2 or 3 things. First, this COP is the first COP where we have a waste pavilion, a pavilion dedicated to waste. You have someone here who's the president of Israel, was responsible for that, for making sure that waste would be at the center of debate, and Brazil is very well represented in this global debate. And we had a panel with the presidency of COP, which gave us an idea of the dimension of the waste problem in contributing to this huge climate crisis we're facing. So from the perspective of facing climate change, waste is at the center of the discussion. But the human aspect, especially in the case of Brazil and of countries that face a more precarious economic situation, even because of exploitation and exploration processes historically. Waste is also very important in those cases to those countries. It is a challenge, but we don't have data for that, which is a challenge we face at the federal government. But we talk about, we believe there are 1 million recyclable materials collectors in Brazil. And yesterday, during a panel, Marilena from the state of Maranhão said, we need to close down dump sites because they are ashamed. But we have to remember that there are people living there. So it's not enough closing the gate of the dump site. We need to have a plan for that. And this happened with limitations, it's true, but it happened in the federal district to some measure, also in Verabaixa dump site when it was closed down. So we also have to consider this aspect. And thirdly, we should talk about something Aline mentioned, which takes us back to circular economy. Brazilian legislation since 2010 has included this concept or touched on it when it mentions reduction of waste. But there are 2 things we need to have when in circular economy discussions. More than investing in study and discussion, we need to invest in concrete actions by companies that should think about their products before putting them in the market, and invest in the consequences of the products that are already being traded. So when you talk about reverse logistics, it's not enough to meet targets. That won't solve our problem. Reverse logistics works if there is investment at the base of the recycling chain, which include organizations of collectors. And that's why the country has been discussing that. And I hope we'll soon publish the decree for structuring programs of reverse logistics, which is central to the National Alliance for Recycling Packages. And we are part of this action, many of us present here. So this is a challenge we have already identified and are already discussing, but I think we have to accelerate concrete actions because the clock is already ticking. Thank you. Well, about the people in the system, I'll be very brief to make sure people have time to ask questions. Is that we often see people saying, for example, that there is no sorting of garbage. That's a fallacy. When we went to Aline's cooperative, she said that today in the federal district, what they get, the percentage of recyclable material post an intervention of collectors is much higher. And today we have big cities like Milan, for example, where they have almost 80% of sorting of garbage, organic and recyclable. And I think we have the capacity, but we need to face our fears. I don't want to repeat what others have said, but we have to have governors and public policies that invest in people. We focus a lot on machines, lots of residue, but everyone's willing to invest in machines as if they were the solution. But whenever we see a successful waste management residue, you have lots of investment in communication with the population and engagement because it's totally feasible. So I think we have to centralize actions and nothing better than working with collectors who have a lot of intelligence in ensuring appropriate sorting.
As Johnny and Victor have already answered, I would like to break protocol now and invite someone here. We cannot talk about circular economy and decarbonization without remembering the autonomous, the self-employed collectors. Just to be quick, I have gone around Brazil and I can say that with 2,700 dumps and an informal network, we are living the linear economy in our country, where we are wasting 14 billion reais, paying utility companies to bury money, to bury the income of garbage collectors, not thinking about the social side of the most vulnerable collectors, which are the majority, and that during COP30, even if we do something incredible from now until then, everyone will see a garbage collector picking up a tin. So if we are now celebrating that we recycle 100% of cans, it's not due to investments from companies or investments from the government. It is our social inequality and the complete neglect of the public power. When we see a child or a family in a dump and companies talk so much about ESG, the S that was mentioned here is forgotten. Brazil is living with slavery-like conditions of work in 100% of its chain. Sometimes you have intermediaries that take away the business of garbage collectors. So how can we face this problem? of course, that we have a good secretary, we have a minister, we have a president that is prioritizing us. So shouldn't we face this social problem? This is where I think we're going to advance in recycling, taking larger strides, increasing the income, and stop burying so many people's way of living. So how can we include garbage collectors in our country, which make a real difference but are unfortunately invisible? Just to finalize the panel, I think Luisa said something that is so important. Half of the emissions in the world have to do with the use of energy. So we hope to get to some results, phasing out or phasing down, because we cannot think about climate issues and the future of mankind if we don't discuss the future of the use of fossil fuels. We know these are huge challenges. If we consider just the G20, they're the largest producers of oil in the world. All of these say they're doing energy transition, that their priority is energy transition, but the oil companies of all of these countries aim at doubling their production. So 50% is really hard, and we won't be able to reach a consensus. And in the other half, it all depends on us. Emissions associated to the products we consume are important. So leaving a linear economy based on fossil fuels, on single use, buying, consuming, and discarding, and going to a more circular economy with industries with less impact that focuses on social inclusion and poverty reduction, poverty, which is one of the main obstacles in Brazil, that would help. We live in some of the most unequal countries in the world. When we read, for example, rankings that were written by Piketty, Brazil is not the second or third more unequal country. Historically, it has been. We are more unequal than France before the French Revolution. We are more unequal than South Africa during the apartheid, before the Sudan Civil War. So the Brazilian social issue will have to be resolved with public policy. And this might be one of the most important public policies to reduce inequality. We're not just talking about 1 million workers that provide an environmental service to the remaining of the society and are not remunerated as things are, and don't have the due respect and gratitude for the work that they do. And it's an economy that we are burying 50 billions, and so much could come back from this raw material. So we need to transform this, and I'm really happy to see that at least from political point of view, we have some sort of priority, at least in the speech. We're trying to advance in practice, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to have governance to keep this to the future. Thank you. Thank you, Adalberto, and thank you all for the participation. We're going to finish this panel with a message that seeks a fair transition and takes people in consideration. People are the reason behind the transition. That's it. Thank you very much.
Som.
Alô? Alô?
Boa noite a todas as pessoas. Primeiro,
Good evening,
obrigado.
everyone. First of all, thank you for being here. We apologize for being late. It is a pleasure to have you all here to talk about culture on such an important day for COP28. In this debate, we are going to talk about the meeting of culture with climate change, how to engage the public in global solutions through cultural actions. Article 6 of the Climate Convention and Article 12 under the Paris Agreement, which is going to be 10 years old in 2025, when the COP is taking place in Brazil, highlights that awareness, activities, training, and capacity building amongst the population are ways of generating more engagement on the climate crisis and finding solutions for this global problem. And culture promotes transformations in society through empathy, fostering the creation of new consumption habits and contributing to the development of creative solutions focused on a more equal and sustainable world. Culture workers have a political role when it comes to climate change and cannot be silenced facing this global challenge. Joãozinho 30, who was a carnival maker, people who work with carnival, with Parintins Festival, exhibitions, work with museums, I'm sure these people can build a better country. So to talk about the synergy between culture and climate and the challenge that we have ahead of us, we have the pleasure of receiving the Minister of Culture, Margarete Menezes. We have Daniele Magalhães, who is the leader of the Global Climate Action Team of UNEP-CCC, and which subsidizes several sectorial organizations, and Ariana Flores Coral, who is a researcher of the UN University. Welcome and thank you for being here. I would like to start with our Minister for Culture, who was named co-chair of a large coalition that was born at COP28, and it is a ministerial dialogue among several countries. At least 22 ministers for culture are now signatories of this action plan so that culture is included in climate negotiations. And so that ministries of culture receive funds that are being allocated for loss and damages. So, Madam Minister, what is this coalition and what are the developments of this? Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank you all for the invitation and thank you for having me here. Thank you very much. This is a very special moment, and I believe it is a moment when the world is starting to feel what has been announced a long time ago, the climate imbalance. And this has mobilized countries and leaderships that are seeking a new outlook and tools and new possibilities to bring the attention of humankind to this issue. We need to understand where we meet when it comes to climate change. So this group was an initiative that was born out of an idea of bringing culture along as an ally into the leadership of COP so that it could be considered a real tool in the context of the discussions taking place at COP, so that through culture we can promote actions in all countries and involving everyone, because this is what culture is. It is a tool that goes beyond what is tangible. It reaches people's hearts. It reaches people's feelings. This is what the culture provides. So the idea is that culture gains centrality and can act for what it is. We're all related to our own cultures, or we feel identified with our culture and it is part of our lives. So this group has this end of putting culture in the center, so it becomes an important subject in the COPs and is used as a tool of raising awareness to protect our heritage. And Minister, you were talking about protection. Some of the topics that are comprised in this agreement is, so those who work with culture have the capacity to adapt their work, have the resilience. And I would like to hear from you, because we've been facing this in Brazil, but the agreement is also focused in supporting artists, creatives, indigenous people, tourism workers, including women and young people who are threatened by climate change. This reflects the reality in Brazil, which was vulnerable for a very long time due to the lack of a ministry for culture. And now this is being rescued with a number of projects. And I'd like you to talk about why it's important to protect these people. I just wanted to correct one thing. Hi, sorry, I didn't say hello. Pleasure to meet you. And it's a pleasure to be sharing this panel. Sometimes we're a bit nervous in these panels and forget to say hello. Culture, it's being rebuilt in Brazil now. I can see our Secretary of the State of Pará, Ursula. Hi. So going back, what are we doing in the Ministry for Culture in this restart? We are historically correcting the distribution of fostering action and putting public policies in places that weren't there before. President Lula is making the north region of Brazil a voluntary host, but that goes beyond just that. We are fostering and investing resources in other areas, because before it was always invested in the center-west region, Rio and São Paulo. We want to broaden this. We want investments to be broadened, and we want to look at Brazil for the size it's got. So we're correcting this in the north region. We are meeting the challenge of fostering those who create culture in the northern region of Brazil and who was never sponsored or invested in the way we are doing now. We're also investing in cultural equipment in all places where you don't have these, and this complies with a request from the Culture Summit a few years ago. So we are now building in smaller towns, in the favela communities. We are trying to cover all bases so that people and regions outside of Center West feel like citizens, feel emancipated. And we need to add environmental awareness to the mix. And then we end up discovering that a lot can be learned in these areas with the indigenous people, with the quilombolas, and we can bring that to our advantage. So the ministry is strengthening culture and restarting projects in culture. Culture was absolutely left aside. There were setbacks in the previous government, and we are also trying to raise awareness regarding climate change. So it's little steps that we are taking to reach a place where we can say, yes, we have raised awareness, we have the G20, then the COP, and we are going to talk about this. We are going to talk about the climate crisis and also social justice. These two subjects are so important to have a successful COP with civil society participation. Civil society has to be a part of these things, but this will only happen if we awaken people, if we welcome people as partners in this movement that we wish to do. Minister, it's very good to hear you. Just to do a quick review, for those who are following the COP, you will probably remember the Brazil Action Hub that was created in the COP in Madrid and then Glasgow and then Egypt. In 2021, this was the first time that this space brought contents that were led by the Brazilian civil society, which resisted and managed to get us here. And of course, culture was always a part of it. So we had an exhibition with Amazon photographers and others, and that caused a bit of stir because it wasn't just a little stand compared with the other countries. We always cause a bit of noise, which is good. It's in our blood. But it was a movement that came from the civil society. Last year, the hub was larger and it became the seat for the transition government. This is where the civil society was, and this is where future was being debated. And all of this was following the narrative that the global south can help one another. I am really happy to be able to talk about culture in the official program of COP28, and I hope this is just the beginning. Now I'd like to offer the floor to Dani. Dani works at the UNFCCC with the challenge of generating engagement around the world with regards to climate change. Very easy. So, Dani, you said that UNFCCC has taken some steps, some more slowly, some quicker, mobilizing sectors of entertainment, several sectors that work with the imagination. So, can you explain a little bit about your work and whether there are concrete results in these terms? Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Pleasure to be here with the minister and Ariana. Just to start, this is a very hard job because we work with engagement with known state parties or anything that is not related to the government. We have a division that works with this engagement, whether it is with observers, private sector, governors and mayors, investors, and the civil society in general. There are some initiatives that we're trying to move along. Some are advanced, such as sport. We have Sport for Climate Action, for example, and the moderator said something that was very interesting. He said, sports and culture, likewise, sport goes in somebody's house, into somebody's house. It is in the kitchen, in the bedroom, in the day-to-day. More than once a day, you hear about sports. It's constant. So the supporters, the fans, those who consume culture, understand and receive this. So we have one division focused on sports and a new alliance that we are trying to launch with large studios like Netflix and Sony, some Bollywood studios and Nollywood in Nigeria. So a number of studios are joining this alliance, and we are talking to them so that we can have minimal principles for culture, and that will be integrated to Article 6 of the Convention and Article 12 under the Paris Agreement, where you empower not just people in the civil society, but raise awareness with storytelling so as to promote understanding amongst the society. This is what we're trying to do. And the faith side is less evolved. We are also launching an interfaith alliance. We've had some meetings that relate different types of religions, and we also hope that this will help. This would be another mechanism to reach the largest masses in society: culture, sport, and religion. About the entertainment question, we were talking about music festivals, concerts that are already feeling the results of these more extreme weather conditions. And I'm sure there will be a new way of thinking about festivals, about events, open air events mainly, when we are living in a new climate. One thing that you've mentioned that UNFCCC has helped us with is shows, concerts. Can you talk a little bit about the logistics of the Coldplay concert? Yes, there are several parts there. We help with everything. For example, how to mitigate the emissions of the concert and how to adapt. We talk to different players, different actors, the Olympic Committee to make sure that this is as sustainable as it can be. So we've been having chats with the Paris City national teams and also specific chats. For example, concerts such as Coldplay. Coldplay is interesting. They try to understand where the emissions come from, and it's mainly logistics. The emissions are mainly there, or those who attend the show and who have to travel to that concert. The trip to a concert is scope 3, and this is really tricky because how are you going to say, oh, you have to go to a certain place using a certain transportation mode? But you can change your own logistics. So Coldplay signed an agreement with DHL, who transports their things, and the entire transport is carried out in electric vehicles. So they don't use aeroplanes. And of course, they arrive in a country and then everything else is rented. So they use local instruments, cables, things that you can reuse in other shows. They rent all of that and then they transport it with electric vehicles. The entire logistics is carried out in electric vehicles. So they've been doing this and try and improve this over the years. And one of the things they're going to do next year in the Glasgow concert, they will try, along with other artists, to perform the first carbon neutral show. No offsetting involved. So they will offset the logistics. I mean, they will use renewables for the logistics and for everything else in the show. So we've been talking to them about that, and we've been showing that it's possible to be done. Minister, just taking advantage of this question, have you felt any difference when you do your open air shows? Have you felt the temperature is higher? In Bahia, for instance, how has it been to work when it's really hot? Have you felt this when you're presenting yourself? Working in places where it's hot, well, to me, it's something that I've always done. Yes. What's happening is a very drastic change. The climate's not the same anymore. In Rio, we had problems with people who lost their lives because the environment was unhealthy. So we need to rethink the mechanism of performing shows when there are too many people, the time of the show. We need to create legislation for that so that people are respected, and people should be allowed to get in with their water bottles. This is not something that should be forbidden. All of us need to carry water bottles. This is the reality. It's as simple as that. It is something that influences on everything. So imagine summer. Summer is coming. Summer concerts are many. The Brazilian Carnival is an occasion where people are flooding everywhere. So we need to have this awareness, those who organize and those who participate. We need to understand that the climate is different and we need to put our health in first place. So I see some initiatives in concerts that are trying to, for example, deal with recycling, trying to collaborate with the climate issue and raising awareness among the participants. And artists have a role. We can talk about this theme. The art has several tools to help in raising awareness. I'd like to greet Congresswoman Duda Salabar. It's very good to see all the politicians here observing. There is a song that says, we'll need everyone, and indeed we will, because what is there will affect all of us, each one of us. Minister, you talked about the Taylor Swift concert that took place in Rio, and Rio hit 60 degrees Celsius in terms of the thermal feeling. And unfortunately, one girl died, and the Ministry for Culture made a statement about this. And you said we need a bit more awareness, but can't the Ministry for Culture promote a more strict regulation in relation to not just drink water or take water, but others like the use of materials that pollute less, times of the concerts, among other things? Yes, yes, we are now discussing this under the Ministry for Culture and the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Justice with Minister Gino. But now this has to be debated and we need to understand what we can promote so that we have healthier environments which are more appropriate to the moment we're living. Ariana's a researcher for the UN University. Ariana is Mexican and she's going to speak English. She's based in Bonn, Germany, and she has a very interesting work that uses art to disseminate knowledge about climate promoting free workshops in English, Portuguese, and Spanish for cities. So it is focused on cities directly, people who live in, say, in the front of where things happen. Ariana has lots of different works, and there is an exhibition here at the COP that you can check out. And her work has practical results showing that this mobilization, this work can transform the reality in each location. So Ariana, can you talk a little bit about this experience and how this can become a social technology for the rest of the planet?
Hi. Yes, thank you very much, Eduardo. And I'm very, very happy to be here. Oh, I hear myself. So as Eduardo was saying, I'm part of the United Nations University Institute of Environment and Human Security. It's based in Bonn. And we are basically researchers. You know, as it's funny because you come here to COP and you notice how everyone is working on silos. So you have the researchers, you have the communicators, you have the culture people, but actually climate action cannot happen if we keep on working on silos. Like we all need to work together, and that's why we welcome very much this new initiative of culture for climate action. And the thing is, as researchers, we decided that, or not decided, but we thought that it's important that culture is not only used as raising awareness. We actually, culture is key to act for climate. It's key to inspire, and we can learn from the people, and we can understand people better, and we can create new policies based on the cultural aspects of each neighborhood, society, community, city. And that's what we're doing in the Transformative Urban Coalitions project. This project is supported by the German government, and it's based in 5 cities in Latin America, 2 in Brazil, in Recife and Teresina, 2 in Mexico, it's called Naucalpan and León, and 1 in Buenos Aires, in a specific informal settlement in Buenos Aires that is called Villa 20. And what we are trying to do there is work with the cities, with the people of the cities, because the cities are its people. The city is not only a city, it's the people, and we work with them to understand how can we make a more sustainable city. You cannot just come from Germany and say, the city will be more sustainable if you do this. We actually, what we want to do is to go there, create coalitions, sit with people from all of the actors that are in a city, from the trash pickers in Recife to artists, the policymakers, and we all sit together to create, to see, to understand, to identify what can we do to make a city more sustainable. And we do it through the research, and we do it through implementation too. As Eduardo was saying, we also do a lot of capacity building, but more than capacity building, we call it capacity sharing and capacity development, because we are not there to build capacities. We are there to share capacities, to learn from the people, to understand the people, and based on that, to create things that can be scaled up and moved into different places. Just as an example, we did this photo competition that's part of the photo exhibition that is at the Capacity Building Hub. So I'll invite you all to join us there, please. We got more than 500 submissions. This is the second year we do this photo competition. But we don't only want the exhibition itself, we also wanted to learn from it. So what does it mean a desirable city? For you, for me, for Eduardo, for Ariana, for anyone here, it's different. And that's what we realized when analyzing the photos that we received, is when you ask someone what is a desirable city and they are from a city in Brazil or in Mexico, many of the people and a cluster of people said words, keywords like creative, colorful, things that are related to our culture, like the Latin culture. We like color, we like love, we are vibrant. But if you would ask people in Europe or North America, for example, they would mention words like transportation, renewable energy, something more technological. And when we were talking to other people in
Quando a
Africa,
gente fala com pessoas na África, elas vão mencionar outros itens. Então, o que tentamos fazer é ver como as culturas e as ideias são diferentes no mundo inteiro e tentamos fazer diferentes agrupamentos com base nisso. Um exemplo que observamos que havia 3 agrupamentos. O primeiro, ambiente, natureza e clima, mas para um outro grupo na América Latina, o mais importante eram fatores sociais, justiça, comunidade e cultura. Então, isso nos diz muito sobre o que pensamos sobre
really inspire people to act for climate, and not only to act for climate, but also to push for more climate-friendly initiative strategies to the government, because it not only comes from us, it has to come from all over all the people. I think that's, I don't want to bore you with more numbers, but we have a lot of things coming there. If you visit us on the Capacity Building Hub, there's a QR code in the exhibition that takes you to the results of this investigation we did, and I hope to see you guys there.
Thank you. E quando a gente fala dessas pessoas que fazem o curso, são mais jovens ou pessoas mais adultas? Qual que é a média de idade desse público que faz esse curso e que se engaja de fato?
course.
I understood a little bit.
No. I asked you what's the average of age of people that is making this course?
Well, the courses, it depends. We can have, well, the exhibition and the photo competition had people from 16 years old to 72 years old, for example. And the courses, the capacity building initiatives that we're doing have people from whoever wants to join. We have translation and subtitles in Portuguese and Spanish. We have tools. We will create some tools that will be available for everyone to see. Now, I think like the media would be around our age. That what like, it was the capacity building trainings that we did were the one on social media, on how to use social media to create climate action. That one you know very well. You could talk even better than me about it. And a second one was on new narratives. It was done with a photographer, a Mexican photographer, who talked to the neighbors and the community people who were interested in showcasing or better showcasing their city. So how can you use photo to create more things that will allow you to, I don't know, get funding, for example, at some point, create capacity building materials. So photograph can help you to do many things. And we wanted to help them reach their potential. They were very happy with this photo narratives course. And that was one of the results are in the photo competition that you can see.
E é muito importante a gente ressaltar o
And it's
fato
very
de
important to stress the fact that science is contributing to the understanding of the engagement of the audience, of the public through art, because it's been proven that it makes a difference. There was a study published in the Nature magazine that showed an experiment done in the US. They had two graphs. They were the same, but boring. But it showed an increase in temperature in the planet. And the other was made by an American artist conveying the same message as the graphs. And so the message about what's happening on the planet and the global warming was much more efficiently conveyed through the work of art, because the context there was clear. So of course it's a challenge that now science has begun to understand. So when we talk to the public about data, the way we do it makes all the difference. So in this COP, we're talking about SBI, as this and as that. And there are things we have no idea what mean, and we'll still not have an idea what they mean, but they need to be discussed. And that's why we culture makers have this challenge, not only us, but also the media and other professionals. And civil society as a whole, they need to be able to translate that, and more than that, engage the public and make them be a part of the solution. And talking about negotiation, I think it's going to be difficult for you, Daniela, because when we talk about culture in climate negotiation, we only talk about adaptation, or mainly about adaptation, because countries like Greece and other European countries, they have been leading this discussion because there is a risk of loss of heritage, their statues, museums, etc. And with that, they want to participate in the loss and damage fund, which is being negotiated here in Dubai. But we know it's not all about that. How far and or actually has culture actually become a part of the negotiation, not as an accessory, as many people see it, but as something that is extremely important and needs to have dedicated public policies that could be binding, maybe legally binding, eventually, or well, it's the most difficult part because negotiation of a multilateral negotiation is very specific, and it is formed by rules, which include having items on the agenda that are agreed long before we gather here, for example, and that are negotiated with a number of countries that will then reach a conclusion or a decision. There are many semantics, many details between one step and the next. But what happens is that within the scope of the negotiation, you have regulations and information that country needs to comply with or provide. So when you say a country has to decrease its emissions or that it has to receive a part of the funds for adaptation or for generation of something for damage and losses, what happens to culture there? I mean, how does culture come in? There is an implication in culture. It's not directly connected, meaning that you can't say, oh, culture is present there, but culture is present everywhere. Because in the end, when you think of adapting to the impacts of climate change, that involves historical heritage. And this is something UNESCO pays close attention to. There are other systems that deal with that. UNESCO, for example, has a very intense process to see how climate change is generating or creating problems, and it can lead to the destruction of historical heritage. But how are we going to see that in the UNFCCC is complicated. When you think about the global balance, which is one of the main topics being discussed here at COP28, one of the most important issues is how we see a waffle, a future, a way for the future. I'm sorry, a way for the future. And this global balance says, no, we're not there yet. We are at 1.1, 1 degree higher right now, as was informed by the IPCC, and we need to adapt and become more resilient in certain aspects because there's no turning back. So we need to promote mitigation and adaptation actions, and we also need to present future solutions. And this is one of the aspects where we think we can include culture for non-governmental players to play a part, and they are playing a big part there. There is a project called Ahead of the Curve, sorry, and it shows how these non-governmental actors, players, are acting faster than government. That no surprises there, but we need something for all levels. We need actions from the federal level, the state, local levels, and players from the private sector and civil society working together for the same result. What we want is a whole team, people gathered in one team to reach this result. Is it important to have to be a part of the decision making process? Yes, because it gives culture its due relevance. But it's not necessary to do that, because when you mention uh, parties and non-parties, everyone needs to act together.
Não só complementando esse ponto,
Just adding something to this point, because the issue of heritage is very strong, certainly. But when you talk about Brazil, do you have a question? Okay, I'll take that later. But we have to remember traditional knowledge when you think about Brazil: indigenous populations, riparian populations, population that practice traditional um, mining or gathering, or act as gatherers of plants, and thinking it's a future we can no longer think of or find it hard to, because you don't have this conversation or this protection. The concern now is we have to remain aligned, considering that cultures are already disappearing. And is there UNESCO and the UN? Have you been working to collect these living culture that can get lost in a future that is not so near? Not specifically, no. There are no specific actions of what's happening. UNESCO is the branch of the UN that takes care of heritage. So they monitor what's happening and protect that. So this is up to UNESCO. UNFCCC, what it does is establish connections with cultures, but it really focuses on mitigation and adaptation actions, not in implementation actions. At UNFCCC, countries are the parties that take care of the implementation part. So it is a process led by countries that are the ones who implement. So we get information from countries at the UN, we tell them how they're doing, and with their respective mandates, what's the information that we should make available regarding our their level of readiness, what else so they need to do, they need to do more, and what the future will be like. And what we hoped with the global stocktake is what actions countries expect from us. And one of the things that is there, I don't know if it will remain there. It was launched at 2 or 3 p.m. today. It's being negotiated.
Sobre local communities
And it has information about local communities and knowledge, indigenous knowledge. The text talks of the importance of that for climate action.
Eu queria perguntar para a senhora. A gente tem a Lei de Incentivo à Cultura, que é a Lei Rouanet, que tem uma série de
Minister, we have Lei Rouanet, which has many mandatory items that have to be complied with, counterparts, so to speak, for those who receive public funds. I'm talking about accessibility. Recently, law Paulo Gustavo was approved, and it makes it mandatory for everyone receiving funds to give 10% for accessibility initiatives. And I've heard people say, oh, it's a lot. But people who say that are saying that from their privileged position and are not able to explore other things. Do you think it's possible for us to have an environmental counterpart as part of the Rouanet law, which is for culture and the arts? I'll give you the British example. Everyone who gets money from the Arts Council, England, from the government, they have to calculate their ecological footprint. They have to use more sustainable materials and create narratives that engage the public, and not only in science museums. And this experience started in 2018, and it now involves more than 1,000 organizations from big to small museums, and there was a reduction of 60% of carbon emissions from this initiative. So it's an example that works well. And our Rouanet law is a safe mechanism that is well respected, even though your ministry was extinct before, it's still working. So do you think, Minister, that we could think of including an environmental counterpart in the Rouanet law? Yes, definitely. And we were talking about that just recently. I was talking to Lyons from the ministry and reflecting on just that, because there are some groups for cultural actions that they are already developing recycling initiatives. I'll talk about the Favela da Paz. It's in Sao Paulo, and they are already doing that in the favela, this recycling of plastic. So they get plastic material and turn them into chairs, stools. And also in the state of Bahia, there is a person who recycles tires and turns them into instruments. So I think it is very possible to have that with our Rouanet law, um, stimulating these actions amongst these cultural groups that are already doing that and opening other possibilities. I think it's all possible and necessary. We have this possibility to see what's working. And I think the creation of this group with 20 ministers of different countries to reflect on how culture can be incorporated as a tool in action against climate imbalances is something that is being done. And something that I think is very important about culture, and which is gigantic in it. I was following closely what our colleague Ariane said. I don't speak much English, but I understand it quite well. And she mentioned human beings. This is done by people. So it's also going after this cooperation, this participation, this knowledge, this technology of survival that's been around in cultural action with native peoples. That's science. So hearing, listening to the community, not going from with a top-down policy, but you are able to get ideas and implement them more generally. So I think everyone have those remembrances of native peoples, because you talk about, oh, how many people were killed, how many memories were erased, but we have people who have survived, so much so that now we have the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, and wherever their representatives go, their message is very strong. You see how knowledgeable they are, and also the minister that brings experience of the Afro-Brazilian people. That's all culture and resistance. So I think that in this place we can find many tools, and I think we have to get closer to them, have more contact with them, get out of the lab and mingle with the people, because that would make our action much more stronger. And we need to have an action of awareness that might irradiate to all areas, top, down, to the sides, all the movements culture can make. I'm very hopeful in that, because my background is a community, and I know how important my life experience in the community, in the outskirts of the city, going through everything I went through to be able to now, as a Minister of Culture of Brazil, bring my experience, my background to tackle problems that are not necessarily that complicated. There's a simplicity in approaching them. So I think this situation that we're going through on our planet now, this climate imbalance, was caused by human species. So I think that the solution lies in us. I think there's a strength within us, which is not only hope, but it's the hope with resistance and with doing, with action. We are able to transform and change, but there must be this alignment of feeling and belief, faith. You mentioned faith, right, as a third tool. And faith, well, religions, they have their differences, but they have a commonality, which is feeling. So a feeling, this feeling of faith empowers people. It's not necessarily a faith in a specific God or something else. Faith in ourselves and faith in our ability to transform reality. So I think right now we need to get stronger there in our faith, faith in life, faith in humankind, faith in what's about to come. We can do a lot. We can do much more. Let's go and do it. I think that's a good message.
Não, obrigado, ministro. Não posso deixar esse painel sem perguntar o que
I
todo mundo
can't
quer saber.
close this session without
O senhor
asking
está
the question
preparado
everyone
para
wants to know.
30, ministro?
Are you ready for COP
Como
30,
está
Minister?
preparando
How is the
para
Ministry
essa
of
conferência amazônica
Culture
brasileira
getting
no
ready
Global
for this
South?
conference that is going to be held in Global South in the Amazon? Yeah, we're preparing. It's a huge opportunity to all of us, to Brazil, and we're reflecting on, we're about to put those reflections into action. I had a meeting earlier today, and we discussed the participation, civil participation at the COP. I think the Brazilian COP could have that also because of the very format of the place where it's going to be held, the venue. I'm sorry, the city, with the people, they're so warm, with a lot of vibration. They represent Brazilianity very well. And everything we're doing in terms of increasing, preparing, we're doing that with lots of love. And we at the government are very united in that contemplation, because the reason why we are going to have the COP there is to humanize people about what we are defending. What is this Amazon? What's this forest place like? What are people who live there like? What is this Brazil? So unfamiliar even to ourselves, because Brazil is very big. So traveling in the country, transport is still complex. It's expensive. So sometimes Brazilians don't know their own country. This power, the potentialities of the northern, center west, and northeastern regions. The fact that Brazil has gigantic proportions makes it even difficult for us to know it well. But now that we're going back to our feeling, to our work, to build, to prepare the COP, we at the Ministry of Culture are doing the same, looking for other experiences. It was very important to be here. I'd like to thank the Minister of Culture and Youth, Sheikh Kassif, who invited me to participate and co-direct, co-chair the meeting they had today, to have this contemplation and listen to everything that's being said here. It's very rich, and it allows us to begin thinking within the scope of culture and how we can create a beautiful COP with participation, where people can have a voice as well, where we can have the presence of culture and art as an important element. And we are already starting to encourage people, not only those who study and work, not only scientists, to use this moment for reflection, but even the population even if they are not going there physically, that they should all be interconnected to the meaning of what we're going through and the need for a different type of action in dealing with nature. So to me, it's very important to be here and have this conversation. It's very rich. So thank you very much for the opportunity. We thank you, Minister, for your words. And it's lovely to hear about your plans and future projects. So I'd like to close by thanking everyone who were here with us, but also ask you, where was the last COP held? Egypt. Yeah. Minister, whenever Brazil, no, we used to play a song that you sang, Eu Falei Farol. I know you're exhausted. I'm sorry she's not using a mic. So I'd like you to ask you to kindly sing for us. I'm sorry, I put you in a difficult situation. No, doesn't anyone want to say anything else? Okay, well, music. Oh, I've had 37 years of career. This song, Faraó, was written by Luciano Gamos. I recorded it when I was 23. I could never imagine. It was the first song I recorded. There were many other important songs in my career, Elegibô, Alegria da Cidade, Dandalunda. But this song, Faraó, Divindade do Egito, is different because it was the first samba reggae recorded in Brazil, and also because it was created within the scope of a very important initiative or band that was Olodum, those Afro percussion groups in Bahia. They represented at the time in Bahia a conveyor of news about culture, Black culture, Afro-Brazilian culture, lots of references. Even though they had this format of carnival groups, carnival blocks, it gave us Black people there. It opened other possibilities to us, allowed us to empower in our identity with Afro-Brazilian religions, Afro-Brazilian music. It was a very important moment in Brazil. So that's why sometimes people go to Bahia and say people who are poor, but they still dancing, celebrating, because we have inside of us something no one can take away from us. We know where we came from. Ancestrality, that's the secret. The ancestrality that makes us stronger and makes me enter any room with the same way I am. I'm shy, but I feel I don't have any problem going anywhere. When the prince, the sheikh is the prince, right? When said we were going to co-chair a meeting with 20 ministers from all over the world, I thought to myself, if my parents were alive, what would they think of that? Never in my life did I imagine anything like that. But these are things we have to do, because if it's happening, it means it's my mission. So I feel that I'm on a mission. Me and the whole team from the Ministry of Culture, we are filled with hope that we face many difficulties, but we have lots of hope that our work will be fruitful to our people, especially to Brazilian culture, which brings so much glory to the country, but has not yet been treated how it deserves. And that's what we're trying to do. And everything has to start somewhere. To me, that's how it started. Someone came up to me and asked me to record this song, Faraó. And at that moment, few people were familiar with those songs that the Afro-Brazilian group sang. I used to sing in bars and studied theater, but was more into Afro rock, not so much. I was a bit of a dark at the time. well, you know, theater people, Brecht theater. So when I got the news, I said, "Oh, I have to record that song. I just remember the chorus. Oh, that's Faraó, Faraó." I said, "I'm not gonna record that." And then I went to talk to the person who invited me, and they were, "Oh, should I record it or not?" I said, "Are you familiar with the lyrics?" "No, I just know the chorus." So here are the lyrics, and I started reading the lyrics. And at the time, well, I've always been very curious about esoteric New Age things. They call me someone who I read the Kabbalah, Rajneesh, and you know this generation who's trying to find out about things. And when I read God, infinite deity of the universe, etc., our original spirit will form something new in the Eden. So that started growing in my head. Imagine how it came about. Not even Osiris knows how it happened. The order or submission of the isle was transformed in real humankind. The copy of new generated stars. Osiris married Isis, and brother Set, enraged, assassinated him. Oris taking forward the vengeance of the father and the victor.
Amor, Gizé, Acaenaton, e eu falei Faraó. Clamou do Pelourinho, pirâmide à base do Egito. E clamou do Pelourinho, que maravilha é. E que maravilha é. Faraó, 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 Faraó. Eu falei Faraó. Muito obrigada. Obrigado, galera. Vai mais, vai mais.
Thank you very much.
Faraó. Que maravilha é. A copy, maravilha é. A copy, é. Que maravilha é. A copy é. Que maravilha o quê?
Thank you.